Will the Recess Disaster Recovery International Affairs and Planning Committee meeting of November 5th reconvene on November 6th at 9:05 a.m. If everyone can please silence their cell phones or other noise-making devices, that'll help our cause. Welcome back to the recess meeting of November 5th, 2025. In accordance with the Sunshine Law, if you are not in the council chamber, please identify by name who, if anyone, is in the room, vehicle, or workspace with you today. Minors do not need to be identified. Also, please see the last page of the agenda for information on meeting connectivity. My name is Tamara Paulton, and I'll be your chair for today's DRIP meeting. Side note that the West Maui Residency Area office will be closed due to unforeseen circumstances, but testimony is also closed at this time, so that's okay. With us this morning, we have Committee Vice Chair U'u Hodgins. Aloha kakayaka.
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, everyone.
And Councilmember Tom Cook. Aloha kakayaka.
Aloha kakayaka, Chair.
And Councilmember Gabe Johnson. Aloha kakayaka.
Aloha, Chair, council members, committee members. I'm alone in my side of the office. I'm here and ready to work. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Alice Lee. Aloha kakayaka.
Aloha kako. I'm home alone in my workspace with my minor feline.
Thank you. And Councilmember Keani Rollins Fernandez. Aloha kakayaka.
Aloha kakayaka kako. My molokai nui ahina. I'm at my private residence, alone here. That's it. Yep. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. And Councilmember Shane Sinensi. Aloha kakayaka.
Aloha kakayaka, Chair. I'm here at my home office. I have a adolescent canine, but I am also jumping. I need to jump off at 11 for the weir meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Yukile Sugimura is going to be a little bit late today, so she's excused at this time. This meeting of the Disaster Recovery International Affairs and Planning Committee of the Maui County Council is located on the traditional Aina of Kanaka Oiwi, who never ceded their sovereignty to the United States. We recognize that Her Majesty Queen Liliuokalani yielded the Hawaiian Kingdom to the U.S. in duress under threat of violence to avoid the bloodshed of her people. We further recognize that Hawaii remains an illegally occupied nation state by the U.S. as documented in a 2021 scholarly article for the National Lawyers Guild Review by Andrew Reed, adjunct professor of law at the University of Denver Sturm College of Law. Generations of Kanaka Maoli and their knowledge systems have sustainably cared for Hawaii and continue to do so. We are grateful to occupy this space and learn the ways in which we can contribute. As a committee, we seek to support the varied strategies that Indigenous people of Hawaii are using to protect their lands and their communities and commit to dedicating time and resources to working in solidarity. From the administration today, we have a guest appearance by Director of Planning, Kate Blystone. Aloha. We also have with her Greg Fost, Administrative Planning Officer from Planning, and Danny Diaz, Planning Program Administrator of the current Planning Division from the Planning Department. Online, we'll have Director of OEB Resources, Kapono Ai Molitao, and I've been told Dr. Six is online as well. Deputy Corporation Counsel, Mike Hopper. One of the directors from Public Works, hopefully. Deputy Director of Transportation, Diane Yogi. And possibly somebody from Housing and Water Supply. I'm not sure if they're able to join. From the project, we'll have Mr. Jeff Uyoka, Mr. Matthew Panaz, Ms. Emily Murai, and T.C. Campbell. These individuals were designated as resource persons under Rule 18A of the Rules of the Council on November 5th, 2025, and we'd like to continue to have them as resources if there is no objection.
No objections.
Our committee staff today, we have Senior Committee Secretary Yvette Boutillier, legislative analysts Jarrett Pasquale and Keone Hurdle, and legislative attorney Carla Nakata, as well as assistant clerk Leigh Deneen. We still have one item on the agenda, DRIP 19, which consists of Bill 163, 164, and 165, which are to amend the Maui Island Plan, the community plan, and change the zoning for 166.511 acres situated at Kahului, Hawaii, to be known as Ho'onani Village. As a reminder, oral testimony was closed on November 5th, 2025, but written testimony will continue to be accepted. Members, we will continue where we left off from yesterday's discussion. Before we start with giving members time for questions, I just wanted to know if any of the departments wanted to provide any updates since our last meeting. You can raise your hand or get my attention in some way if there's any updates from the last meeting. Seeing none, okay. Let's see. If members don't mind, if I start off with one question or the question session, I think one of the most significant questions that we have after reviewing the answers from the departments on page 6 of planning's response. So this would be a question for the Department of Planning, is that it seems you folks don't think that if the community plan designation gets changed to business multifamily, that it aligns with the M1 light industrial zoning. I'm at the bottom of page 6 in the planning department's transmittal dated November 3rd, 2025, and it says that you feel that B2 or B3 is more in alignment with that community plan designation that's being asked for the business multifamily. And so legally, we have an issue when the community plan designation does not align with the zoning designation. It's all agriculture right now, but if we're gonna change the community plan and we're gonna change the zoning, we need them to align, I think, legally. So I guess maybe first someone from planning, and then maybe depending on the answer, maybe Mr. Uyoka. I know that the project wants it that way so that it's sufficiently broad for all the businesses that they anticipate would want to be there, but if they don't align, then we have a legal issue, I believe.
Mahalo, Chair, for your question. So let's start from the beginning. So the business multifamily in the Kahului Community Plan states that this includes a mixture of retail, office, and commercial services, which are oriented to neighborhood service and single-family and multifamily residential uses. So based on the description of the project from the project proponent, this totally aligns with what they're intending to do. Light industrial, which is another community plan designation, says this is for warehousing, light assembly, service, and craft type industrial operations. So that's a foundational thing for us to understand. In the uses that are allowed in light industrial, so what we have here in Maui is very strange. It's not a practice that is utilized much anymore. It's called stacked zoning. And what this does is it says, this zoning designation includes all of these uses plus all of these uses from these other designations plus a bunch of other things. If the intent is to do what the project proponent describes, the most appropriate zoning designation, and this is what we say in the letter, the most appropriate zoning designation is B2. We oppose M1 because once you make this decision to rezone this property to M1, the property value goes up significantly because the range of uses you can do in that space is significantly greater. Of course, you can do that with conditions of zoning, but I've been in front of this body perhaps 1,000 times, it feels like, arguing that conditions of zoning are a bad way to do things, that you should apply the zoning that you want and live with the consequences of applying that zoning. So if you apply M1 zoning, then you live with the consequences of that zoning. And in this case, especially, this is the last discretionary approval you will have, unless you do a 201H project, which I'm still not certain where that is going to go. So this is the last discretionary approval you have, which means that all of the uses that are allowed outright in light industrial will be allowed. So if this project proponent, and I'm not saying they will, but if this project proponent wanted to, they could say, you know, this project isn't going to pencil out, so we'll just do light industrial across the entire property. And I think that's something that the council should consider. We believe B2 is a more appropriate designation and more in alignment. If you think about M1, the appropriate alignment for M1 is light industrial. And if we were looking at the map objectively without a project and we saw that the zoning was M1, we would automatically imply that there would be a light industrial designation on top of that. So as far as consistency, light industrial M1 is more consistent with light industrial in the community plan designation, to answer your question, Chair. Mahalo for the ability to monologue a little bit on this subject because it's kind of important.
Okay, and then I guess my question to the project proponent is M1 community plan designation something that you're interested in, or B2, B3 zoning, if not M1 community plan, so that they align? Or no, you want to stick with what you have?
Thank you, Chair. We felt what we were proposing lines up, but we would prefer to stick with the M1, and we do feel it the uses would be consistent with the business multifamily community plan designation.
Okay.
We would meet the M1 and be able to match the underlying community plan designation. And I have a very strong feeling, since the Wailuku Kahului community plan is underway at this point, this property would probably be pushed into small town center or something to that effect anyway moving forward.
Okay, and then planning director?
Mahalo, Chair. I would just encourage the council to dive in a little bit if you're getting into conditions of zoning, into the uses that are allowed in M1 that wouldn't be allowed in B2, that they are looking to achieve, because as far as I can tell, all of the things they described are B2 uses, and I don't understand. I would want to know what uses in light industrial they're planning for. I respectfully disagree with the project proponent. I don't think it's an appropriate zoning designation for business multifamily.
Okay, if possible, I would like to talk to our legislative attorney, Ms. Nakata. Is there legal issues? What would be the legal issues of, and who gets to decide if the zoning and the community plan designation doesn't align? Like, is it the planning director? And if it doesn't align, what are the legal issues that we have?
Thank you, Chair, and I'm also happy to request Mr. Hopper's opinion on this, but generally speaking, we would advise as staff that your community plan, district boundary, and zoning all be in alignment with each other, and it has proven to be a legal issue in the past when your community plan and zoning are inconsistent. I believe that the planning director is the individual charged with making that determination and assisting the council in that determination. And it does seem as though, based on her written response, as well as the comments she's just made, that planning does not, given the information they currently have, believe the two to be consistent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Hopper, did you want to add anything to that?
The 2.80B requires zoning ordinances to be consistent with the community plan, with the general plan, which includes the community plan. So you would want to have that consistency. There is the ability in subdivision approval to have a consistency determination at subdivision by the Public Works Director with consultation with the Planning Director to say, okay, not all of the uses are consistent, but we're going to require a unilateral agreement be recorded that states what uses are permitted in the event that, you know, there's an inconsistency. But I think under 280B, the requirement is that the zoning be consistent with the community plan. So that's a general requirement of 280B. And so, you know, the council would want to be making that finding that it's a consistency, that you do have that consistency between the two.
If I could just follow up and then I'll yield. So if the planning director, as stated in the response, says that they're not in alignment, and you, based off of what you just said, would you be able to sign off on this then because of what you just said? Or, I mean, I would like a signed bill.
Yeah, that, I mean, among the other concerns I had raised on procedure, yeah, I think that would raise a concern. I think we would want to resolve that consistency issue, because again, the zoning adopted has to be consistent with the general plan. The code 280B says all zoning ordinances have to be consistent with the general plan, which would include the community plan. So I don't know if that's a request to have the community plan be the amendment, instead of going to business multifamily, to go to M1 light industrial, or to take some other action there. I know that the Planning Commission is going to look at it. Perhaps that's something they could deal with in their recommendation, and you could look at for a revised bill coming back. There's sort of notice issues with that happening at this meeting, but I think if that goes to the commission and there's a different recommendation, that's something that could be revised in the bill and notice posted. I don't think that would be an issue if, again, went to the commission, they made that recommendation and it changed. Or I don't know if there's additional discussions with the department on this, but yeah, generally you would want to have on the record a finding of consistency, that the zoning you're going to is consistent with that plan designation. It's not now, and you're amending it. So I would recommend amending, because you've got the power to make the changes. You don't have to, you know, normally you're not in the situation where you can make the changes. You're just the planning department looking at existing zoning and community plan designations. You have the ability to make the changes now. So I think after planning commission review, you would have the ability to look at that. And if you wanted to go to a different zoning district, or have the community plan be a different district, changed to something different so that the M1 zoning is clearly consistent with it, then that would be advisable.
Sorry, I guess I misspoke. That's not my last question.
Chair, Chair, if I could also add, if you don't mind, Charter Section 8-8.3 also talks about the planning director's authority, and it states the planning director shall serve as the chief planning officer of the county and as the technical advisor to the mayor, council, and planning commissions on all planning and related matters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And then to go back to what Mr. Hopper said, the notice issue is if we change what we're going to in the community plan to light industrial instead of business multifamily, we didn't post that on the agenda, or if we change what the zoning is going to from M1 light industrial to B2 or B3, we didn't post that on the agenda. Is that the notice issue you're referring to?
Yes, I think generally if you post a bill saying you're going to change zoning from something to something, or community plan from something to something, that's the notice that you're giving. So if you're going to change it to something else, I think generally you advise posting that revised bill. I'm not saying you couldn't do that particularly after commission review, But at this meeting, you're giving the public the notice you're gonna, I mean, you wouldn't want to have a, a notice, we're gonna change, I don't know, something from conservation to agriculture. And then at the meeting say, instead of going to agriculture, we're going to do, heavy industrial, and then just pass that out. That would be the sunshine law concern I'd have. This isn't quite as, it's the same type of project, so I don't think the notice is quite that dramatic of an issue, but that's the type of issue I'd be concerned about.
Okay, and then hopefully one last follow-up. Director Blystone, as Mr. Uyoka stated, maybe small town center. Do you know of any of the new designations that are being adopted in South Maui and West Maui Community Plan that would align with M1 and zoning and do what they've represented as them liking to do?
Mahalo, Chair. So if this were changed to light industrial, so M1 zoning, if we were changing to M1 zoning, then Jackie Takakura is online as well if we want to ask her this question. But what I would say, having been through this process twice now with the long range team, we would look at that and we would say that project is light industrial, though for employment center would be the appropriate designation for that space. This is why it's really important. The words that we use matter. And so if the intention is to put business multifamily type uses, the appropriate designation for that would be B2 or B3. Again, I would question whether or not there are light industrial uses that are intended, and perhaps we should be more thoughtful about where in the phasing that the project proponent put up there, perhaps there are some places that are appropriate for light industrial if their intention is to create a complete community here. And if that's their intention, yes. But so the answer to your question would be employment center based on the zoning for the consistency reasons.
And would employment center in your knowledge, I guess, align with M1 zoning, business center, community plan, employment center, community plan designation, could that align with M1 zoning?
Yes, so employment center would align with M1 zoning, but if we were going with business, multifamily, and B2, which is what we recommend that you do, it is likely we would end up with something like urban center corridor. Oh, no, that's the old name for it. Transit-oriented corridor. Sorry, I got transported in the Wayback Machine there for a second. Transit-oriented center or small town center. Transit-oriented corridor or small town center.
Would align with B2 zoning.
With alignment of B2 zoning. And that's it's more appropriate. And let me just confirm that that is not a message from Jackie telling me I'm wrong. I'm fairly certain we're correct here. Yep, all good.
Good, okay. All right, oh, hey, Jackie. I think we'll just all have to marinate on that for a little while. And I'll yield to a hand raised. Member Sinensi?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple follow-up questions to your line of questions. For any short-term rentals would also be allowed in B2 or M1?
I don't believe so. They used to be an allowed usage, and then we changed it. But I do see Ms. Takakura on, and she's, hi. Did you want to add some, or?
I would like to just,
okay,
and so
Director.
for the council member, the letter on page 6 of the letter, we addressed this question directly at the very bottom. Based on the representation of the committee, it appears that if they're intending to do hospitality, that would not be allowed in B1, B2, B3, or M1 zoning districts. So that's all short-term rentals.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And then is there a difference in height from B2 or M1?
Excellent question. Greg is frantically pulling up the code for me. Yeah, so in B2, it's 90 feet, and in M1, it is, I think it's 60 feet. Yeah, it's 60 feet. There are some conditions if you take a look for different community plan areas, we've limited the height. And I suspect when you talk to HDOT, they will ask you to limit that height because of where it is. So just be prepared for that.
Okay, thank you for that. That's all I had for now, Chair. Thank you.
Member Hodges?
Thank you, Chair. This is maybe for Corp Council, but I'm looking at Resolution 25-132, which the council passed, sending all of these, which was supposed to go to Planning Commission, as I said. And then the last paragraph 2, it says that the certified copies of this resolution are to be transmitted to the mayor, the planning director, Maui Planning Commission, and Axe Holdings LLC. So considering that this was directed to Maui Planning Commission, but it was never, I guess, technically sent to Maui Planning Commission, can you describe where the 120 days begins, or if it doesn't, what happens? And then, Chair, I may be requesting executive session so that we can understand if any liability is on us. And this is exactly the reason why I was hoping it was going to be sent to the MPC, so that all of this could be figured out before it comes to us, which is what, again, I intended to do. So maybe Mr. Hopper can answer that question, and maybe we can discuss going into executive session. If in case we do decide to take action on this, I would want to understand where we need to go, or if we should.
We can totally do that because my awesome staff included that information in my notes. So
Thank you.
if that's necessary and we have the required votes to do it, we can totally do it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I'm certainly can go to executive session if we need to discuss more specifically, but the charter provision states that this is 8-8.6 subsection 2. I think the relevant language is or fails to make its report within a period of the 100, and this is a typo in the charter, but, or fails to make its report within a period of the 120 days after receipt of the referral. The council may nevertheless pass such resolution. So receipt of the referral is the issue that I think we're dealing with. And there's, I think, two arguments here. One would be receipt of the referral is by the commission staff. The other, if you're the planning commission, is we never saw this on our agenda at all. This should start from the time we receive it on our agenda. There's also a code provision in 19.510 that states that upon receipt, the planning director is required to schedule a public hearing no later than 60 days after receiving it. And then also, but then it says, and then the planning commission shall take action within 120 days after receipt. And so, to me, does receipt mean by the commission or by their staff at that point? So I think there's enough of an ambiguity there that, given the record here, without the commission having it on its agenda at all, that I think my best advice to you is that if it is to have the commission review and give you a recommendation, because that would stamp out any potential argument that there was a procedural step missed. And I think that's the best advice I can give now. Down the line, in the future, I mean, there can be legislation to clarify this, but I do think there's no misapprehension now, I think, under council-initiated changes like this, that there's not a separate requirement to have a particular application, and that it still has to be sent whether or not there's certain things available. And that can be discussed and perhaps clarified to assist that. But that's what the charter and the code say, and the language that we looked at. So the best I can say is, based on the record, the advice is to have that done and have that in the record, so that you would not have an argument that there was a missed step here. If we want to go to executive session to flush out all of the potential legal arguments along those lines, I'm happy to do that. But I think in open session, that's as clear as I can explain it at this point.
Sure, I hear you. I probably would like to go into executive session because it's not a misstep on us at all. We did exactly what we needed to do. And I feel like we're being hamstrung into not doing anything, which I don't appreciate. And so I'm not saying this is the situation, but I'm concerned about the precedent that this sets if then the council can continue to do the work on the floor as we're supposed to, we follow the charter, and then we have a planning department or a planning director, and this is not the case that I'm saying this is what happened, but I'm saying if it happens, we could have then one person and one department effectively hamstringing us from doing what we needing to do, and we play this double dutch of 120 days and what this means and going back and forth without ever getting anything done. That's my concern. And so when we talk about what our role is the council, and we are two separate branches of government, when one branch can override us in this situation and we're unable to do anything, that's my concern. And so we scheduled this meeting, we're having this meeting. It's costing us as a county a whole bunch of dollars to have this meeting. To not do anything sucks. It's unfair to the public. And we've, again, already waited 120 days. I would love to discuss if we can do anything, because I don't want to waste time and I don't want to waste public dollars because we already did that. So I would love to have a clear pathway forward. I would love for us to understand if we make a decision today, what that means. If we don't make a decision today, what that means. How we're going to protect ourselves as a council from being hamstrung by any department in the administration, whether it was intentional or not. I'm concerned that we just aired all of our biases for or against this project before it even goes to MPC. For them, how are they going to have a neutral comment? All of this could have been discussed. However, there was no discussion between the project proponent and the department or administration to even get to this point where it's relatively flushed out. And now we're just airing out all of our dirty laundry on the floor. So I would love to figure out how we're going to move forward effectively, because I thought we had, one, decided how we were going to do that, and two, we have the most ineffective way to figure out entitlements.
Before somebody answers, I agree with almost what you said, except for the part about it being neutral when sent to the Maui Planning Commission, because usually when it gets introduced to us and then it goes to committee, we would have done what we're doing right now, I guess. And then it would have been reported from committee to council, and then from council to the MPC. So this part of it, them getting a neutral or unbiased thing is okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm okay with having our deep discussions, but I just feel like half of the discussions has gone, well, because we didn't get any of this information. But we didn't have any of this information because it was never formally requested. Yeah. That's the part that I think is I'm having trouble with.
Yeah.
It feels like it was intentionally held when that wasn't the case.
Yeah, and one other thing that it may, because August 8th, 2023 happened, and Director Aoki was the director prior to Director Blystone. One thing that they had told us in the past is they prefer these things to go to committee so that they have something to be able to present to the Planning Commission. I guess when we waived committee referral and we just sent it, for me, I didn't realize we were only sending the resolution with no other information, which, like you said, if that wasn't enough information, it should have been formally transmitted at least to you as the initiator. But sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify that point that.
No, I don't disagree with you, for sure.
And then, shoot, I'm sorry. What was the rest of it? You wanted an answer from in executive session?
I think so. I think that's our best bet. I would hate to expose ourselves to any liability if we decide to make a decision. And I think it's worth it to have a discussion on what to do if we don't and what to do if we do. And we can maybe have that discussion in executive session. Because I think it is a quite complicated situation. I don't want to miss a step. I don't want to put us in a situation where we're legally vulnerable. I want MPC's opinion, which is why I intended to send it to them. And so I just want to understand, if we do something today, and again, if we don't, what does that mean for us
Okay.
legally?
So then we want to do that before we ask any more questions because it makes sense to get that out of the way.
I think so, because then if we cannot do anything and if our body chooses not to do anything, then we can save our questions for after it comes back from MPC and we don't have to continue spend as much as we love to hang out with each other, spending our time in these chambers. And I know everybody has like such a stacked day, and I thought you folks were going to be in CRC. You're not. I'm happy you're here. Don't get me wrong. I just was like expecting you to do.
So was I. So was I. We were canceled because of quorum issues. We always have quorum issues, and this was a very last minute cancellation this morning.
No.
Yeah, it's soul crushing.
Yeah, because both of you were supposed to go.
Both Jackie and I were supposed to go.
And Mr. Hopper.
Oh, and Mr. Hopper.
Even
yeah, that's
though
correct.
he was trying to figure out accommodations.
This is a problem with having all volunteer boards and having so many of them.
So many of them.
Yeah.
That, I agree with you 110%.
Whole other agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't mind entertaining a motion. I did want to just, if we go to the planning commission or whatever and all of that, state some of the other concerns about, at least just two of them, is the order of operations. Based on what Director Agawa said, if you don't mind me getting two other concerns out there, so in case it goes to the planning commission. Mr. Uyoka, based on the information that we received from Director Agawa, have you made, or your project made the decision that you are gonna go with the packing plant, or still undecided?
Thank you, Chair. No, we have not made any decisions at this point.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
okay.
And, sorry, just to address this too, there's a general concept here. We're hoping the project the land gets zoned as M1 and the uses that are appropriate within M1 are put in there, and they should be in concert with the community plan. We believe that's the case, and that's what we're gonna do. But we wanted the ability, because we don't know what that business owner or potential business, we don't know who's gonna come in to wanna do something in Ho'onani Village. And we just wanted the broadest availability of uses possible. And we feel that the M1 zoning already contemplates housing, multifamily housing. So it's a good fit with each other. Those uses, the additional M1 uses and the multifamily are a good fit. So can't disagree with Director Blystone, of course. She's not wrong. We're just hoping for a broader interpretation. That's just our hope. So thank you.
And then just the other concern to get on record is what we got from the water director as to what the needed water would be, and what we got from you folks was also not in alignment. And I believe that if the wells you're using from the Paia aquifer are from the Paia aquifer, I think they said that the sustainable yield is 7 million gallons, and what is being pumped daily, what is being pumped right now is 13.6 million gallons. So that's a little bit of a concern. Is the wells that you're using now, where is that water going, or they're not using the water yet?
Oh, thank you, Chair. We don't believe the wells they were in use. We don't believe they are currently in use like today. And our hope is those matters will be resolved as we start building units. We're gonna have to comply with 14.12, show me the water, when we actually get moving on our building permits. Right now, yes, we understand there's going to be a lot of difficulties with water. I think the county has a lot of difficulties with water in central.
We might become the next Pulele who are fully entitled with no water.
Yeah, we're hoping we don't end up there. But yeah, we do understand the difficulty. And as far as our calculations, that's what we came up with based on, our understanding of what the full build out will look like, but it's all just a guess at this point.
But
Except for the 1,608
that
multifamily units.
14 point section of the code, it would be similar that the water director is the authority on how much water you need, or you can just say how much water you need.
So I believe the requirement is to show that we have a long-term reliable supply of water available. And that's the requirement under Chapter 14.12, and it'll have to be approved by the Department of Health, State of Hawaii Department of Health.
Oh, so it's the Department of Health that
They
makes the final
essentially
call.
would say, yeah, you're good on water, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. All right, those were the other two that I wanted to clear up. Anyone else have any burning situation before if we make a motion to go into executive session? No?
Chair,
Yes.
just to clarify, it sounds like the purpose of this is to discuss the rights, duties, and liabilities of the committee and the council. And it's not to deliberate on the project, obviously. It's for legal questions to and from the attorney, just for the public's notice on that.
Yes, okay. Oh, go ahead, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. So I'm just looking at the M1 and the B2 to see what, side by side, what the differences are. Because I guess I don't fully understand what it is that M1 has that B2 doesn't have that the developer wants.
Is that a question for Mr. Uyoka?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Councilmember Rollins Francis. Haven't looked at it in depth in a long time, to tell you the truth, but we were hoping for those more like light industrial types, like I'm not sure, but like a retail lumber yard potentially, warehousing, that type of stuff. Versus, I don't believe, I could be wrong, but when we first looked at it, we didn't think those were quite allowed on the same level in B2.
Because it's pretty expansive, B2. It does have multifamily,
Oh, yeah.
which is one of the things. And it has like different commercial operations. I'm still looking at them side by side, and maybe I'll ask AI to do a comparison for me and give me the differences.
Mr. Uyoka, that area is like surrounded by M1 zoning, right?
Correct. Yeah, right
Okay.
behind it is the Maui Business Park Phase 2.
And those are open to be utilized by new businesses, or they're all full?
I think there's still some empty lots within the Maui Business Park Phase 2, or Phase 1, 2.
Okay. Do members ready for, okay. The chair will entertain a motion to convene an executive meeting in accordance with section 92-5 paren A, paren 4, Hawaii revised statutes to consult with legal counsel on questions and issues pertaining to the powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities of the county, the council, and the committee. An affirmative vote of 2/3 of the voting members present, provided the affirmative vote constitutes a majority of members to which the board is entitled, is needed to convene. So we'll need 6 votes.
So moved.
Moved by Member Hodgins, second by Member Cook, to enter into executive session for DRIP 19. Any further discussion? Nope. Okay. Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Chair, I see 6 ayes, 0 noes, 2 excused members. Johnson and Sugimura. Motion passes.
Okay.
Chair,
Yes.
before we go into executive session, could you please state on the open record who will be permitted to attend in their titles?
Sure. shoot, I have a question. If Member Johnson and Member Sugimura are not here now, they're not permitted to attend if they show up in the middle? Oh, Member Johnson is here. Okay, so if Member Sugimura isn't here now, she can't come in late, right? Okay. Okay. For the record, the following personnel will be attending the executive session meeting. All council members in attendance, myself, Committee Chair Tamara Paulton, Committee Vice Chair Nohelani Uu Hodgins, Council Member Tom Cook, Council Member Gabe Johnson, Council Chair Eric Alice Lee, Council Member Keani Rollins Fernandez, Council Member Shane Sinensi, Office of Council Services Staff Carla Nakata, Legislative Attorney, and Yvette Boutillier, Senior Committee Secretary. May I please ask Corporation Counsel to state who from the Department of Corporation Counsel or Administration will be in executive session, as well as your titles, please?
Well, I believe it would be myself, Michael Hopper, and I don't see anybody else from administration that would stay in attendance.
Okay, so just Deputy Corporation Counsel Mike Hopper from Corp Counsel and no one from the administration. At this time, the chair would like to call for a recess of, how much minutes you guys want? 5? 5 minutes recess to 9:56 a.m. We will convene in an executive meeting. This meeting of the Disaster Recovery International Affairs and Planning Committee will be in recess. My understanding is everybody online don't do nothing. Somebody will move you to the meeting, so don't touch your computers. Just sit there, put your hands up. Don't touch anything. We'll now be in recess. Will the regular open session of today's DRIP committee meeting return to order? The time is 11:32. If I can ask our legislative attorney to provide the things that she needs to provide in accordance with Act 19, Hawaii Revised Statute Section 92-4, the summary.
Yes, Chair, thank you. In accordance with Section 92.4B, Hawaii Revised Statutes, staff gives this report of the discussion occurring in today's executive meeting of the Disaster Recovery International Affairs and Planning Committee. The DRIP Committee discussed matters relating to the rights and liabilities of the county, council, and committee with its attorney. Individuals present were Committee Chair Tamara Paulton, Vice Chair Nohelani Uuhajens, and council members Tom Cook, Gabe Johnson, Alice Lee, Keani Rollins Fernandez, and Shane Sinensi. Deputy Corporation Counsel Michael Hopper, Senior Committee Secretary Yvette Boutillier, and Legislative Attorney Carla Nakata. No other individuals were present at the executive meeting. No votes or final action were taken during discussion. The committee discussed legal issues with their attorney concerning the proposed general plan amendments and change in zoning on today's meeting agenda, including the procedural posture of the bills, requirements under the code and Section 8-8.62 of the Charter, and legal options available to the committee today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nakata. And I think, anyone correct me if they recall differently, but I think, or think differently, that our intended course of action to go forward is to potentially change the community plan designation as posted from whatever it was to business multifamily, to change the Maui Island plan to include it in the urban growth boundary. And we have time to still discuss the change in zoning, but we do understand that light industrial as is not, by the planning director's advisement, in alignment with business multifamily unless it's limited down with conditions of change in zoning, which isn't the preferred route of the planning department, but it's not illegal and not in alignment. And so it seems as though the project proponent's preference would be to limit light industrial M1 zoning to those that we feel are intersecting, and that wouldn't be illegal. Is that what direction the members, the project proponent wants to go in moving forward today?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We would appreciate that. If at all possible, I'm not sure how it would work. I'm sure Mr. Hopper and the others have an opinion on, but if the community plan designation is ever updated to allow a broader scope, including those other matters that are going to be deleted today, would that be a possibility to bring them back, or would they be completely eliminated forever?
The different things in the M1 zoning, you mean?
So,
we're a little bit far from that.
Okay.
Like, we probably won't get to committee recommendation on the zoning today, but we don't feel rushed because of the DBA situation. We can continue that conversation on the CIZ. I guess one question that we did have is if the Planning Commission would still take up all three bills together when they take it up, hopefully January 13th, and confirm that the intention is January 13th. And I see the planning director, so those are our thoughts coming out of executive session, and we're open to hearing your feedback.
Mahalo, Chair. Can you hear me okay? I never know with this microphone.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Great. So our intention would be to bring this to commission, the entirety of it. So all of it would go to commission. Since that was how the resolution was transmitted to us, we have to carry that out. So we would take it all to planning commission. And fortunately, we were thinking about the materials. We would also do a transmittal to all of the agencies, including state agencies, soliciting their feedback. So we'll collect that information and provide all of that to the planning commission. At the meeting on January 13th would be our target. Of course, we are subject to quorum issues as well. We are in much better shape now that we've got 8, which is awesome. So thank you for that, for all your help with that. But we will have to make sure that we can meet that quorum, and then we will discuss all of those items with them at that time. And if it is the council's desire to hold off on the CIZ, we can explain that to the commission, and so they can make a recommendation based on that as well.
It's not our desire for the planning commission to hold off on the CIZ. We're gonna take a little bit more time before we pass the CIZ out of committee, because we're not in a rush, because we're not gonna pass it out of full council until the DBA by the LUC, so we're not in a rush today to address the CIZ component. Also, I mean, you guys got a planning commission also has to give an opinion on that as well. One other question we had was all the information from today's meeting and yesterday's meeting. There were some initial condition proposals for CIZ that have been uploaded to Granicus, one from myself as well as one from member Uu Hodgins. Our minute deadline is like 45 days after this committee adjourns, so we wouldn't be able to provide you guys the minutes for 45 days, which could coincide with January 13th. But is there a way that you can transmit all this knowledge as well that happened the last 2 days to the planning commission so they know kind of what we've been discussing?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll do our best to transmit it. When we've had situations not exactly like this in the past, we've been able to kind of share those suggested conditions of zoning with them or conditions of approval with them. So we'll do that. We'll also include the PowerPoint presentation that was provided by Mr. Uyoka yesterday, because that is context. We'll route that around so that folks have more than just the resolution to go off of.
Okay, cool. For me in that, Mr. Uyoka, my preference would be that the hospitality site be removed from the site map, because it's not allowed in M1, B2, B3, and we don't want to, I personally, I guess the other members can see how they feel, but I don't want a future people, if something happens to us or we term out or whatever, to say, oh, it was always intended to be a hotel. So if we all know that M1, Bs don't allow it and you're gonna go about it in the future to do it, can we take it off the site map at this time?
Yes, Chair. We included it primarily for the kind of exact opposite reason of what you're talking about. We didn't want to come in with a site plan and later on be told, you never told us you were going to try and put hospitality here. So that's why we put in for full disclosure. But we're okay with it being taken out, and, you know, with the understanding that we might one day possibly come in. So yeah,
And
no
then
problem.
it'll stand on its own 2 feet at
Exactly.
that time.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's cool for me. So then I think what we would do going forward today is put the change in zoning stuff to the side because we have more time. Although we did have a burning question for probably the director about laundry. I did want to know the answer to that, although it's kind of a CIZ question. It's a burning question. Go ahead, Member Hodgins.
Thank you. This is for whoever is able to answer. So in reviewing some of the allowed uses as M1 light industrial, it has commercial laundries. And as we know, laundromats are such an issue. I don't see that language in B1, B2, B3. So I just wanted to know if you could tell me what commercial laundries is defined as. Is it like Ali'i linens where it's super huge, or is it like a laundromat?
So I know that Greg Post has this code directly in front of him right now, so I'm going to defer to him to see if he can respond more quickly than I can, and if there he is.
Mr. Post.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, you're right. It is a land use. One of the uses permitted in the M1 is commercial laundries. And it's a good question of how that is defined. And I was trying to look real quick in the definitions to see if we have that defined. Typically within an M1 zone, a commercial laundry could be something quite larger than what you're typically thinking of, maybe as a laundry that does its own on-site stuff. Sometimes I know on-site laundries send it out to a larger facility, and that's typically what I'm thinking of is a larger facility. And I don't see a definition of that either. So it's a good question. I tend to think of commercial laundries as larger facilities, especially since it's in an M1, meaning that it can do the laundering for many different facilities. Or sometimes the commercial laundries are those that serve, for example, hotels and do the laundry for larger facilities. So it's a bigger establishment. That's typically what I see it as.
Do we have laundry that, or language that is just like a regular laundromat? Like I grew up in Payo when we had just a laundromat that no longer exists anymore. We have a laundromat in Pukalani that's more for residential use. Member Paulton has been arguing for more laundromats in Lahaina. I don't see that elsewhere, unless I missed it, but I couldn't find it on B3, which is the most lenient version of all the Bs.
Tara, if I may.
Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So, so commercial, the other place that commercial laundries are listed in the code is in the Wailuku redevelopment area, chapter 19.39. And it's listed among other small craft assembly plants and things of that nature. So I'm guessing that the intent with commercial laundry was this larger scale laundry facilities. We have laundromats all over the place. Mm-hmm. So I think that there's a definition. Laundromats are listed in B1 according to Danny, but not specifically listed in B2 or B3. Oh. But that doesn't mean it's the end of the world. I gotta take another peek here. And maybe Greg has the NA.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is if it's a laundromat in B1, that's typical, so that would be allowed in the M1 because M1 allows all B1, B2, B3. But then then you see the distinction between a commercial laundromat and just a laundromat. So it's usually the larger
facility.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was just a burning question. We did kind of intend to take their standard lunch break 12 to 1:30. And I think our focus will be on the community plan amendment, Maui Island plan amendment. Member Cook, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I had a question insofar as allowed use in B1 or B2 would, or B2 and B3, a commercial electric station, like we're transitioning from filling stations to fast charging electrical stations, what would that be categorized as?
Again, Greg, if you have the code right up handy, you can answer that question, but I'll take a peek as well.
Yeah, thank you. So are you talking I'm sorry, I kind of missed it. So electrical vehicle, basically, is what we're talking about, charging?
Correct. I mean, we're basically mandating electric chargers in parking lots, but there are also like fast charging where people will put in 7 or 8 fast chargers, high voltage, quick charge, which is kind of like a filling station, which wouldn't necessarily be in a parking lot, would be a commercial endeavor that someone would invest, build, and be able to quickly charge cars. Is that fit within B2, B3?
I believe that would fit within B2 and B3, yes.
Yeah, I would concur. There's parking lots or structures are allowed, which may include solar energy facilities, I think the other thing is other similar businesses or commercial enterprises or activities that are not detrimental to the welfare of the surrounding area. I would argue that that fits this category.
B2 also allows automobile services, so I think it's somewhat like that. But yeah, I think it definitely would be permitted in B2.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay. I did, since they were on, and maybe we can let them possibly go after lunch, I did want to see if Dr. Six had any cultural concerns on this TMK based on like her high CRIS data or personal knowledge, if Dr. Six is on the call, or Director Molitao.
Chair, I do see Director Molitao online, but it looks like Dr. Six dropped from the call.
Oh, shoot, okay. Maybe they had an opportunity to discuss. Director Molitao, are you there? Okay, maybe after lunch in that case. Maybe is Deputy Director Yogi on?
Yes, Chair, she appears to be online.
I am here, yes.
Thank you. In terms of transportation, I guess where is this close to your folks' hub?
It is very close to our hub, yes. I believe it's separated by a drainage basin.
Okay, and so you think that there would be a possibility of serving, having a bus stop nearby?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay, I do see Director Molitao. Sorry to cut you off, Deputy Yogi.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
We know Dr. Six may not be on the call right now, but did you have an opportunity to discuss if she has any concerns with amending the community plan or the Maui Island Plan designation?
Aloha. Aloha me kako. Thank you very much for the question, Chair. I didn't get an exact opportunity to have that discussion, but she did go ahead and submit in High CRIS the mappings of the exact space with all of the different responses in terms of the cultural sensitivity sites. I'm not sure if you folks received that.
Staff, did we get something from Dr. Six? Oh, I guess maybe the mayor needs to sign off on it still, maybe.
I gotcha. Okay. So that is, I guess, forthcoming then. And then also I have my own input also coming your way.
Okay, great. Did you want to share any of it with us orally?
Sure. Yeah, can do.
Okay,
Let me just pull it up right now. All right. So in regards to the Department of OEV resources, we'd like to share the following insights for the proposed bill 163, 164, and 165. The area of the aina, or the land that is situated in the space known as pu'unene, which is the terminology that means shifting mound, which relates to the movement of the sand dunes in the land due to the strength of the makani koa'e, or the trade winds in that area. The lands also reside within the bays of Pi'ikea, otherwise known as Nahonua Pi'ikea, who is a sister of Pi'ilani, High Chief of Maui. Within the district of Wailuku, the proposed Ho'onani village would have cultural significance land viewscapes, Haleakala to the east, Pu'ukukui to the west. The trade winds known as Mo'ekolo, Mo'eholo, and Mo'eku are significant in this area. Other significant land views would be Pi'iholo in the east and Pu'ukua'e in the west. Department of OEV Resources recommends significant discussions with our county archaeologist, Dr. Janet Six. Should there be an understanding of the possible areas that need to be looked at further? Potential impacts that we've noticed to the proposed bill would be the natural resources already challenged by the ever-present state of our resources and what our environment can provide for us and how we currently care for the significance of this resource. Also acknowledging the space for its ever-present trade winds that can enhance the use of capturing wind technology for this proposed area, along with solar energy and the use of technology. Limiting the carbon footprint would be a step in caring for our Maui Nui and its resources for the future. Oya ihola ko kakomo mana'o. That concludes our mana'o from the Department of OEV Resources. And this letter will be sent over to you as soon as we get approval.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for Department of OEV Resources at this time? Okay. And then I just was looking over transportation's response to us, where they do say it aligns pretty much with the Helemai Maui plan. They do want the project to continue to coordinate with the MPO, DPW, and Planning Department to ensure consistency, I think, with the long-range transportation plan and the TIP. We haven't really talked about pedestrian safety and sidewalks and things like that. Is there any commitment to those types of things? Allowance for multimodal transportation?
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Chair. We'll be required to follow, subdivision standards when we submit our construction plans to, lay out this various thing. And I believe sidewalks are included in there. They're at the director's discretion, so they're a requirement. And we'll probably get comments from the various departments when, on our construction plans and stuff, and good chance that multimodal transportation will be included. And it's something we represented today also. Or
okay.
Yesterday, I should say.
Cool. Sorry to keep going back and forth, but I just did receive word that Dr. Six is online. And it looks like Director Molitao is raising his hand. Go ahead, Director.
I was just going to say Dr. Six was available and online. Mahalo.
Oh, great. Dr. Six, if you wouldn't mind sharing with us your transmittal, because it hasn't been signed off by the mayor yet.
Hi. Can you guys hear me okay?
We sure can. Thank you.
Actually, Jeffrey reached out to me, the project proponent, a week or so ago to talk about this parcel. And I did just a real cursory search of what's known about the area. I mean, this is the Battle of Pu'unene in this area. And we know from construction at Target and American Savings Bank that EV have been encountered in the area. And on this parcel, the only EV that's currently documented looks like it was in a secondary context from probably sand from the sand hills being brought in during the laying of some utilities for Target. There is a heiau, remnant heiau on this property. So oftentimes when we look at these kind of agricultural areas that were kind of denuded during the plantation area, it's just important to understand, and I'm happy to hear that there has been a consultant hired and they will follow all the rules. Because oftentimes we talk about previously disturbed areas and we can do the 6E42 and not have shifting review, but I think in this case, shifting review would be warranted, although it's a previously disturbed context. As we know, so was Kamehameha, the third elementary, and we know what we found under there. So it's just be mindful of what Director and Kumu Kaponoai Molitao had shared with you folks about his knowledge, and then just what I know about the area and what is known by SHPT. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Members, any question? Oh, Mr. Uyoka?
Oh, so sorry. Dr. Six, just to clarify, as we discussed, the heiau site is not on our project site. It's more west.
It's adjacent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
It's
Just,
still in the immediate, it's still in the immediate area, which means, okay, you know, when you got a church and a steeple, you got all the people. So like you have to think about when you have a remnant of something like that, what it meant on the landscape, right? So yeah, the rest has been kind of scrubbed away by plantations and years of agriculture. But if they had that there, that tells you the importance of the place. And I would again defer to my cultural practitioners as to the status of, you know, anything that went on that Heiau. But just remember that those sometimes are not, they're never in isolation. They're never just by themselves. There's other infrastructure that's now gone. So just be mindful. And there's also lots of historic camps in that area. I know we're talking about a specific parcel, and I talked to Jeffrey about, you know, concerns about staying as above ground as possible always. And, you know, having, you know, you're going to probably be required to do an AIS on this parcel, even though one was done. I'm just trying to give people heads up. But I wouldn't recommend saying that this is totally disturbed context and doesn't need to have any oversight if they're going down substantially below 10 inches, because that's kind of the plow zone. But yeah, no, I appreciate you. I didn't mean to say it was on your parcel because you were very clear that where you're looking at is not on that. But I just looking at what's in the immediate area, like on Target and in the area that has been found during construction in the last, you know, 10, 20 years.
Thank you. Members, questions for Dr. Six? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much, Dr. Six. And then to follow up with Mr. Uyoka, what types of things are planned to address the concerns of Dr. Six and Kapono Aimoli, Director? Is it there's going to be a updated AIS, cultural monitors? What are the mitigations that are intended?
So we plan on complying with whatever, you know, SHPD requires for this property. We do understand that immediately adjacent, the Maui Business Park Phase 2 project was done and Lowe's was done. So there has probably been a lot of archaeological study. So our cultural consultant and archaeological consultant has been looking at that, and they feel at this point it's a pretty safe place to move forward, of course. But of course, SHPD and we'll have to follow their lead, and we will consult with OEV resources.
So forward. You are going to have SHPD review?
I'm assuming so, but it's not really our call. We don't determine that. It would be the county would determine. 6C requires when a permit comes in, the county makes the determination whether or not this would affect historic properties. And then we send it to SHPD after they send us that letter.
At what point would that letter get sent to you?
Probably during the construction plan review for backbone infrastructure.
Okay, so it's like a ministerial kind of thing?
Yes, it's Chapter 6E, Hawaii Revised Statutes.
Okay, all right. It is 12 o'clock. So temperature check, everybody want to come back at 1:30, 2 o'clock, 2:30? What time? 1:31. Okay, so 1:30.
1:30.
1:30. So I'm more good with 1:30. Nohe 1:30, Yuki 1:30, Alice 1:30, and Gabe 1:30. So we do have a quorum of 5 at 1:30. Okay, so we'll take a lunch recess until 1:30, and then we'll come back. Everyone okay? No questions? Okay. And just to remind everyone, the intended plan is potentially passing out a community plan amendment to business multifamily, a potential Maui Island plan amendment to include in the urban growth boundary. All three will be heard by the Planning Commission as soon as possible, hopefully January 13th. And we still have a lot of time to talk about the CIZ, so we don't necessarily need to pass that part out today. No questions? Good? Okay. All right. Recess at 12:02 to return at 1:30. Thanks, guys. Will the DRIP committee meeting, reconvene meeting of November 6th return to order? The time is 1:50. We did have some quorum issues and, yeah. But we have quorum right now. We're at bare quorum. If anyone needs to, pause for the cause for any reason, we can, call a quick recess and, excuse folks, but please let me know so that we don't, break any laws. So, where we left off, we heard from Dr. Six, Director Molitao, Deputy Director Yogi. Is planning still on? Anyone from planning, Mr. Diaz or Ms. Blystone? Okay, Director Blystone. So we heard your advice on the urban growth boundary, which it seemed like we weren't gonna follow. In terms of the community plan, we were wondering what types of things do you look at that are policy and what are not policy in terms of amending the community plan that we should be considering?
Mahalo for the question, Chair. So this is a Maui Island Plan amendment that you're going for if you're changing the urban growth boundary. That's what you're asking about, correct? Okay, so there is a policy, and I cited in the letter. It's it's like on page 7, I believe, in the letter, and it lines out the criteria that we need to be thinking about when we're adding new areas to the urban growth boundary. And then we lay out some of the reaction to that criteria in our letter, and that's the rationale for why we think this is not a justified expansion of the urban growth boundary.
Okay, and so that will be your recommendation to the Planning Commission. If they agree with you, then we would need 6 votes to overcome at council, and if they disagree with you, we'd only need 5 votes to pass in council. Specific to the community plan, is there anything else that we should be considering? Community plan, I guess ag to multifamily business.
Yeah, ag to business multifamily is the transition, and I believe there's some language. The planning, the long range division. Yep, the long range division prepared an item that describes all of the consistencies and inconsistencies. It's attached to our letter. It's the last, 13 or so pages of our letter that describes all of the different policies and how they comply or don't comply, how this project complies or doesn't comply. And so we will, of course, be providing that to the Planning Commission for their assessment and recommendation. There are some ways, of course, where it complies, and then there are others, assuming that the underlying project actually happens, there are places where it complies and there are other places where it is not consistent. And so we make note of that there are several places, there's too many to go over, but yes.
Okay, and then the Planning Commission doesn't really address if there's water or not water, because that's what the Show Me the Water bill is about. And then like sidewalks, multimodal transportation, and things like that, Public Works gives ministerial permits if they're in compliance with that.
Correct. I mean, if this was a 201H and if a 201H does come before the council for some reason, we would comment on sidewalks because that is something that planning very much cares about. It's something that's connected with our connectivity, but ultimately it's Public Works that'll make that call.
Okay, and from what we've heard from the project proponent, they still yet are not sure if they're going to be requesting county sewer hookup, regardless of what we had heard specifically from environmental management about capacity and lineal feet of expansion for larger size. Is there anything in, if they do need to or decide to go with a private packing plant facility and then the trigger for an EA, does any of that come into play for the purposes of the island plan or the community plan amendment?
So there are certainly policies in both the community plan and the Maui Island plan discussing infrastructure being developed like at the same time as a project, but once you make the decision to turn this into whatever zoning and community plan designation, there is not another moment for our plans to be consulted. So this is the time, if you want to consult the plans, this would be the time, which is why we prepared that initial analysis for you.
Okay, members, is there anything more else that you folks need to see? I don't think Ms. Blystone is our only resource, but she's the one shepherding the bills through the Planning Commission. So is there anything else that you guys can think of? No? Yes, Charlie?
I think she already mentioned when she plans to schedule the meeting in January, right? Kate, do you have an estimate when you'll be done with the process on your side and ready to send it back to the council?
Yeah, mahalo for that question. So our hope would, of course, be to get complete with the review on that January 13th. There are also 3 other resos on that commission meeting that we're also hoping to get to and meet our deadlines for, but it depends. We will probably push this to the first item on the agenda so that they have a better chance of getting it complete. And if we can get it done in one meeting, we will. I cannot predict whether or not the commission will be comfortable to move forward, because they often will say, we need more information before we can make a recommendation. So I can't predict. Our hope would be to get it done in one meeting.
And then how soon, and if that were to happen, how soon could we get it back?
We would turn around a transmittal as soon as we can. Usually it takes a couple weeks at least to get all of our agendas and all of our minutes collected, and we try to transmit that with it so that you can see the discussion. So maybe a couple weeks, 2 or 3 weeks tops.
Thank you.
Member Rollins Fernandez?
Hello, Chair. And I'm in a public place of a college. So my question is, when it goes before the Planning Commission, will the State Department of Transportation, Airports Division folks be consulted about some of the concerns that we heard in testimony?
Director Blystone?
Thank you so much. So I can respond to that. So we will be transmitting this item around with now the document that Mr. Uyoka provided to all of the state agencies on our list, and that includes HDOT. So among them will be all the other ones and all of our departments as well.
Mahalo, Director. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. And I know we're gonna continue to work on the change in zoning as time permits, so we weren't gonna focus too much on conditions. I did wanna let folks know that Councilmember U'u Hodgins did draft some of the conditions for people to look over as we continue to work on it. I drafted a super preliminary, so those are items 26 and 27 in your Granicus. In preparation for when we potentially go over conditions again. There were some things that I had consulted briefly with Mr. Uyoka over break, and I would like to read it into the record, and he can respond with why he does or doesn't think that that is necessary to be in the conditions. And one of them was about dual pane windows, like, because that was a potential solution to one of the decibel concerns, and I'll let Mr. Uyoka address his response about us putting in a condition about dual pane windows.
Thank you, Chair. We'd prefer if we just stick with the state requirement, or I think it's a DOH requirement to get the decibel levels below a certain point. and not be restricted to one building material type, and just have the overall requirement to have the levels to a point where they're acceptable per, I believe it's state DOT, airport standards, and probably Department of Health. Thank you.
So, it'll be, like a requirement of DOH and DOT that the building standards be at an acceptable decibel level, given the location in proximity to the airport?
Yeah, and basically, we're gonna hire an acoustical consultant, and they're probably gonna tell us what to do, and we'll follow what they say to get to that certain decibel level to meet law.
What about a condition ensuring that you hire a acoustical consultant, or no, that would be hard to verify?
I guess it wouldn't be difficult to verify, but if it just says acoustical consultant, then do we have a subjective standard there where, oh, well, we don't think that's really a acoustical consultant, or we just don't want to have that back and forth. That it'll behoove us to move it forward in the proper way to get people who specialize in this area to help us.
Okay, for members' consideration. The other one I asked about was because, what is it, Hansen, and is it Pulehu or Pulehu? Would likely need to be widened. I asked about a condition dedicating easements to the county for Pulehu and Hansen, and if you can give your response to that.
Thank you. So we're going to be subject to section 1625-201, that we've been discussing it with you guys regarding Front Street pretty frequently. So that would trigger when we start building the units there, and it would require the dedication of certain areas along probably Hansen and Pulehu. And our TIR is gonna come back, and it's gonna say certain things that need to be done here and there, and we'll be forced to comply with those for our construction plans review.
And you mean traffic impact analysis report by TIAR?
Yes, sorry, thank you.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is we will not need to buy land from you to widen the road. That's gonna be probably put on as a requirement.
So in our very preliminary discussions with county traffic guys, the engineering division, they said basically from center of Hansen, they're gonna want, I think was a total of 30 feet, so whatever's there and then whatever extra they need to get there. And we understand that, and that'll work out during the construction plans.
Okay, so we're not buying any of their property, guys. They're just gonna hand it over. Animals, we heard a lot of animal testimony. Would you like to address any animal conditions?
I'd really prefer not, or to have a very broad animal condition on the property. If it's worded, we have some kind of reasonable requirement, and it's, not interpreted or looked at differently, we could have a problem where we would be, not in compliance with zoning. But ultimately, we want this project to be desirable. We want people to live there. We want to have community. So we're open to working with everyone and listening to the community, but I'd really like to avoid that being a condition of zoning. Like, that just seems so, how do I say this? It's so detailed for a zoning condition. So appreciate if we could avoid that. And there might be some other way we can figure something like that out, but I'd prefer it not to be a condition of zoning.
Okay, work on it. Okay. And then the last one that I had was Parks and Rec said for a project like this, they'd request like 10 to 15 acres of recreational facilities.
Oh, thank you, Chair. As we mentioned in the presentation, we're willing for that to be a condition where all the units in here will be 140% or less rented at rates for 140% or less AMI. So while we don't want to be, or we don't feel it's fair to classify ourselves as a 100% residential workforce housing policy because we want the ability to select certain, farm workers, construction workers, healthcare professionals, those types of certain occupations to give preference to. We would hope that the county could recognize that and, give an exemption. I think it's 100% residential workforce housing projects under 1816 320. I think it's I-5 or something, unless it changed, would allow that for an exemption. We're hoping to utilize something like that. And if we do come back for a 201H, we would probably seek that also as a way to save cost. However, we do have a couple of, I think it's like 4-acre blocks that are, I'm not gonna say gonna be that, because again, this is just a comprehensive, like a plan that we're presenting today. We're on M1 zoning for everything, or, whatever we end up getting. We would be open to dedicating one of those 4-acre parcels to the county for use as a community center or some type of other civic use like that.
And then last few questions, you did intend to comply with the county's parking plan, including ADA parking, and you're not gonna charge the residents for parking?
So we will comply and with the county's parking requirements, and we'll work with planning and everyone to make sure something smart happens there. As far as the charging, I don't think we're going to charge, but what is charging? Because obviously those, there's gonna have to be a maintenance program related to those stalls or the parking lots. So I would not want to commit to anything in regards to that. But again, please understand that at the end of the day, we want to attract people to come and live at this place. So we have to make sure we are attractive to renters. So we'll do our best to make sure that it's an attractive product for people. So thank you.
Yeah, I may be putting a no paid parking, but that does not exclude CAM fees or something, but I don't think it's desirable to pay for parking at your house, at your place where you live. And then I think there was a representation that there would be washers and dryers on site in the units. Is that correct?
They will certainly be on site, and I believe they will be in units, but I don't, depending on what gets built moving forward and structured, I'd hate to commit to something like that in case, if a studio unit is like 500 square feet or 450 square feet, it just might not be feasible to have a, space-wise. So I don't want to commit to anything that specific right now.
But there will be laundry facilities available to the tenants.
Maybe even commercial laundry facilities. No, I'm just kidding. Yes.
Okay, so what about a condition that there will be laundry facilities available to the tenants?
I think we could probably live with that. I got some time to go back and talk to the team, right?
So those are the areas I was thinking of. Does anyone have any questions, or are you guys ready to? My recommendation was gonna be to move forward 163 and 164, defer 165, and we can continue to work on that as time permits. I'm kind of open in December, but I think we're gonna be busy. We're kind of busy the rest of November. I did request, I think, January, February-ish for South Maui Community Plan. I know some other people may need to do some things within there. Soon after that, we're gonna go into budget and reminding folks that we are hosting HSAC and we are hosting WEIR. And Mass Nominations Week prior to March 31st, I believe. So we have a pretty stacked year through May 10th, where it's gonna be boom, 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 boom. So just keep this in mind and all the other things that we need to do. Did you want to say something? It looked like you were gonna say something. Member Sugimura? No? Okay. So temperature check, how folks feeling? What do they want to do at this point? More questions? Well, now you want to say something?
So move.
Wait, I gotta see, oh, wait, she says something. Go.
What I want to ask, I want to get clear for the record from either Corp Counsel, probably Corp Counsel and Planning. So are we beginning the 120 days again, or is there a timeline in which MPC must hear it? Because I don't want to be in this situation again. I don't want to wait. Now that our 120 days has already expired, there's no threshold for a timeline, and I don't want to wait for forever. I know they're busy too, but we busy too. Do we have a required timeline in which, now that the 120 days have been done, how long do we give them?
I think what I would advise on the planning commission is when they get it, the longest possible time they could possibly have after they receive it is 120 days from the date it's on their agenda. However, because of the wording of the charter, I think I would advise them to get their recommendations in as quickly as possible, because there is the argument of receipt by the department and that they're already past the deadline. I don't see that as being, I still see waiting for their recommendation to be the best course of action, but I think what I would be advising them is as soon as you get this on your first meeting, take action as quickly as possible.
Okay.
The longest possible after that, I think, is 120 days after it's on their agenda at that point.
Okay, thank you.
And to clarify also, when they pass it out or whatever they do with it, we should be good to do the committee report and place it on the agenda, because we would have already passed it out of committee. And so that won't be affected by the rest of the things like the South Maui Community Plan or the budget, because we still have council meetings throughout that. And we can still work on the change in zoning, I guess depending on if the LUC accepts its role as the accepting authority, and then if you do a 201H at the LUC, or if they allow for that. So potentially still keep the CIZ in the back of your mind, because if the LUC, I don't know when their 45-day clock ends, but we would like to take in all the things that they said and be ready to go shortly after that, right? Okay, I thought I let Tom Cook in, but I don't see him, so I'll just keep going forward, progress. Everybody ready for me to read the recommendations?
Ready.
Okay. Chair will entertain a motion to recommend passage of Bill 163, 2025 on first reading, incorporating any non-substantive revisions for clarity, consistency, and style.
Second.
Moved by Member Hodgins, seconded by Member Sugimura. Discussion, Member Hodgins.
Oh, Chair?
I think,
Yes.
Deputy Hopper.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to note, those types of changes, they would include changes to section 1 that we discussed for like timeline purposes and things like that. I just wanted to make sure that was
I'm
contained.
okay with that because it's gonna be a change for accuracy. Did I say that?
I mean, yeah, I think if, I was looking to delete it, but I know a member wanted that to just be updated to reflect the record. So I think.
Do you have specific verbiage that you'd like?
I mean, yeah, that's the only thing, because it's not currently something I think I'd be okay signing off on, but not too hard to, I'd rather delete it, but if it's to change it, to talk about the things that happen, I think we could work with OCS to do that instead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then I would entertain a motion to amend the main motion to amend section 1 to accurately reflect what we've gone through over the past 2 days. And that would be the legislative intent. Is that good enough, Carla?
Chair, staff would ask Mr. Hopper whether he'd be comfortable with section 1 by just deleting the last sentence of the section.
Would you be okay with just deleting the last section of section 1?
Yes, I think, I mean, the rest, let me just double check from my memory.
We're getting ready to vote
Yes,
on
those are
163.
all things that, those are just factual statements. So if you delete the last sentence, I think that's fine. Yes.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to amend the main motion by deleting the last sentence of section 1. Moved by member Sugimura,
I don't know how I feel
Second.
about that.
second by member Cook. Discussion, member Hodgins.
Thank you. Because it does say the last sentence is under the charter, the council may pass the bill without the planning commission's review and report by affirmative vote of at least 2/3 of the council's entire membership. Regardless if we pass it today or not, that still remains true. So I was just hoping that perhaps we would say we heard it in committee on yesterday and today, and we're resending it to the planning commission to be heard. I don't know if that's what you're intending to do for it to be accurately reflected, but because of everything we just went through with the planning commission not even receiving it on the agenda, removing that language makes me feel like then we can't take any action if the planning department and the planning commission don't actually review it.
Well, Chair, to an extent, I would say this may be a bit moot. You are passing this out, and I know the language is important, but the bills aren't going to be adopted this way. Ideally, you will get this from the commission, and before this passes first reading, this will be different because you'll, I believe reflect, you got the commission's recommendation on such and such a day, and then acted after that. So, but I mean, if the language is important, let's work it out. But I just want to make the point that this is not anticipated to be the final language in the bill because you're anticipated to get something. That's all.
This is not the hill I'm gonna die on. I'm gonna be very clear. I'm not gonna split hairs here. I'm totally fine if that's what we wanna do. I just wanna make sure that if in case it's not heard by MPC, we're still allowed to take action. That's really more my main concern.
How about this plan? If they don't act within 120 days or when we're ready to take it up again, say like March or I don't know when, then we, at first reading in full council, we add it back in.
Great.
By amendment.
That's totally fine.
Everybody like that plan? Any further discussion? So right now we're taking it out. If it applies at first reading, we can amend it and put it back in. So that's the plan we're going with. Is our legal counsel okay with that plan?
Yes, again, whether it's there or not, that's a legal requirement so that if that fails under this, yes, you could pass it or put it back in. So yes.
Okay, voting right now on the amendment to section 1. Member Cook, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a comment as a seconder. Taking the language out was with my understanding that the planning department hears the council and will represent accordingly and move forward.
Yeah, they're gonna try and schedule this on January 13th and put it ahead of the other things on the agenda. They're hoping to pass it out that date, although I guess it's a bit like herding cats over there as well. And just for the record, are you alone in your vehicle?
I am alone in my vehicle and waiting for the dentist, and I didn't get a haircut because the wrong person was there, and so I rescheduled.
Oh, no. Okay. All right. So we're voting on the amendment to the language in section 1. If circumstances change, we can amend it at first reading if necessary. Do I need a roll call? No. Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Chair, I'm seeing 5 ayes, 0 noes, 3 excused members, Johnson, Rollins, Fernandez, and Sinensi. Motion passes. You're back to the main motion as amended.
Okay, back to the main motion as amended. Any discussion on the main motion as amended, which is to change the urban growth boundary of the Maui Island Plan for something number 5. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Chair, once again, 5 ayes, 0 noes, 3 excused members, Johnson, Sinensi, and Rollins Fernandez. Motion passes.
Okay. Now, the chair will entertain a motion to recommend passage of Bill 164, 2025 on first reading, incorporating any non-substantive revisions for clarity, consistency, and style. Moved by Member Hodgins, seconded by Member Sugimura. Do we also want to amend Section 1 in the same way? I'll entertain a motion to amend Section 1 by removing the last sentence.
So moved.
Moved by Member Hodgins, second by Member Sugimura, and I'm assuming if it'll be the exact same circumstance. If they do not hear it within that time frame, we can amend it at first reading to put it back in. Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Chair, 5 ayes, 0 noes, 3 excused members, Sinensi, Rollins Fernandez, and Johnson. Motion passes.
Back to the main motion as amended. Any further discussion? This is for the community plan amendment from agriculture to business multifamily. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Chair, 5 ayes, 0 noes, 3 excused members, Johnson, Rollins Fernandez, and Sinensi. Motion passes.
Okay, so we will hold this off. We'll hold off on the committee report and hold off going to first and second reading until either they hear it and report back to us or they miss their deadline apparently again. Anybody have any issue with that course of action? That's our most legal course of action. Okay, and then so at this time we'll defer. The chair will recommend deferring Bill 165. We can bring it back and continue to work on it, but that time frame is pushed out depending on whether the LUC, they put in an application of a 201H. It'll be coming up within like 45 days of the LUC accepting that, or if the LUC doesn't do the 201H, then it'll be longer, but there will be at least 45 days to work on that. So we can come back to that. If you guys want to look at the conditions that Member Hodgins put, they're the last item on Granicus. You can review the conditions we asked about and see if you want to do it. I'd like to have a no paid parking condition, but I'll say this doesn't include like any common area maintenance fees or anything like that. But we can marinate a little bit longer on that stuff, and then it would be helpful to understand what the Planning Commission's recommendation on the change in zoning is as well, and that'll allow us to know how many votes we'll need at full council if and when the LUC thing aligns and like that. So that one is a little bit further out, but having the report from the Planning Commission on their recommendation for the change in zoning will be helpful. So we'll need to take a vote on deferring 165, right?
I believe if there's no objections, then you can just defer it.
Any objections to deferring Bill 165 at this time and bringing it up at a later date? Okay, it'll be
No objections.
deferred. Okay, this concludes today's Disaster Recovery, International Affairs, and Planning Committee meeting. Thank you very much, everyone. The time is now 2:24. This meeting is adjourned.